Alright everybody, what's up? Good evening. Welcome to RDU. I am starting a little early due to the fact that we do have our 777 arrival. And you would be correct, it is a quiet one this evening. I wasn't sure about doing a show this evening, but because it is going to be fairly quiet. But not a cloud in the sky, I couldn't pass it up. And off into the sunset frontier. Alright. Now I can catch up with you guys. It looks like there's one or two coming still to come in. As you can see, we do have the Republic Airways livery over here. Ryan Flanagan with the $2 super chat. Did you see Crimsonite arrive at RDU? I did not. Unfortunately, I did not. Hopefully everybody's had a wonderful week this week. Well, start to the week so far. Sorry. Struggling with my words today. Again, hopefully everybody's had a good start to the week. Welcome in, everybody. Still working on some of my volume stuff here. Yeah, no Southwest at the moment. Nothing on this side. I think there's a Southwest arrival coming shortly. Yeah, I was debating really hard on whether or not I wanted to actually do a show today, but Valentine's Day kind of messed everything up, so I wouldn't have been able to be here tomorrow. And Thursday, I've got to get in contact with my friend in the tower, but I do, or for my project this week that I'm going to do it on Thursday. So I was going to do today and Thursday, but I do have a thing going on Thursday here at the airport, so I won't be live on Thursday. So I figured, what the hey, I'll go ahead and give you guys a live show tonight. I know it's going to be slow. Another Frontier. do have a Southwest inbound, I believe. I don't have flight radar pulled up. Go from one Frontier bird to another one. Is this a Roadrunner? It looks like a Roadrunner. We'll find out here in a minute. Al, yes. Al the Roadrunner. We have seen him here before. Looks like they're going to go long. Got United headed out for departure. Here's our Southwest inbound. Oh, it's breeze. Yeah, you're right. That's weird. Breeze is coming in on this side. Normally it is just southwest on this side, but again, like I said, I don't have flight radar pulled up at the moment. I stuck my phone back in my pocket right before I started the show. Yeah, you get a little bit of a sunset, Jana. I am a little behind the fire escape this evening, so I'll be able to give you guys a little bit of the sunset. I'm just excited. It's 6 o'clock and it's still daylight. Normally we start and it's dark. I don't know about you guys, but definitely ready for summer. I'm over this darkness. Arriving from Dallas. That's weird, that breeze coming in from Charlotte. Got a little bit of the moon too this evening, but it's right directly behind me, so it's going to be hard to see. Directly and straight up, almost. Maybe we'll get the moon a little later on this evening. We shall see. I'm doing all right, Evan. How are you? It's Tuesday. Very beautiful Tuesday. It was a little on the chilly side. You're going to go long, too. We're going to lose you right there. There you go. Give you a little bit of the sunset. I am in a little bit of a different location tonight than I normally am. I'm not set up on the very end like I normally do. So I've got the fire escape right behind me. All right, Breeze, where are you going? Are you going over to General Ave? Interesting. We had a Delta A220 sitting over here on the overnight. I'm assuming somebody had to come and work on it. I don't know what the deal was with that. I don't normally see the A220s parked here. They did since tow it down to the gate since I got here, so hopefully we'll see that one leave. This one sounds like it's going to be good. And behind the fire escape. Yeah, there's a CRJ down at the nighttime parking already. What's up, Justin? How's it going? Bells. I heard it that time. I couldn't. This C-16 where the Republic Airways is, that's the one I can't ever hear. But I don't know if they stopped it and then started it again. I was able to hear it. Because it's a good distance away from the fuselage of that plane. Nice silhouette tonight of these guys leaving. And behind the fire escape. Darn it. Alright, again, we do have Republic Airways getting ready to push back. Louis, William, welcome in everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining us this evening. It will be a slow evening, I think. The airport only had 144 flights today, sadly, so it is what it is. Again, like I said, I was debating on whether even to do a show. I was sitting on my lunch break counting up how many movements we're going to have between now and 10 o'clock. Looks like we'll have quite a bit. 50, 60 movements. We'll see. As long as the London flight isn't delayed as per usual. Oh, the Republic? Is that what you're talking about, Evan? Yeah, I think this is the probably the fourth or fifth time we've caught the actual Republic Airways livery on the show. Yep, the London flight was the 777. Scheduled to leave at 9:35 unless it's delayed. Which happens quite frequently, unfortunately. Neela. Is Neela? Oh yeah, Neela is in here. I missed your message. Sorry. Hopefully you had a good rest of your stream. I watched quite a bit of it. Looked like you were headed on into the sunset hours over there in Madeira. Good show, by the way. I got busy at work, unfortunately, and had to pause watching, unfortunately. It's weird. We're in a really slow period at work, too. I'm like, oh, it's busy on a Tuesday? What? What's happening here? Matter of fact, one of my friends from work called me on Friday to check on me, and he's like, yeah, dude, be glad you're not here. He said, we've been done by like 2 o'clock every day this past week. I says, well, I guess it is a good thing I wasn't there this week then, because standing around is not fun. See, Molly's got the information. 9:35 for the 777 to London Heathrow. Of course, Molly will keep an eye on that. Because like I said, they're really bad about being late. Carl, good evening from Ireland. Welcome to Raleigh, North Carolina, sir. I do have one inbound, but I think it's too far out for our camera at the moment. Actually, while I have just a moment, let me look and see who that is right there. I think it's Southwest. Southwest 1768, arriving from Nashville. Departed 59 minutes ago, arriving in just 2 minutes on a 737-700. Oh, the cold is making my nose run. Yeah, I haven't done a 10-hour live show in a long time. Maybe one day when the airport decides to get busy again, we can do another 10-hour show. That'll be a Sunday show. Sue Major, good evening. I saw you in here early, right before we started. Tim, what's happening? Again, welcome in, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us this evening. I thought about walking away from YouTube, going over to Twitch. I don't know if that's what you mean, but from a streamer standpoint, that's because I did have some frustrations with YouTube. Again, this one coming in from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. Nice smooth touchdown for that 737-700. Our Republic Airways finally did get a move on. It's hiding right here behind the pine tree. There it is. George G. What's happening? Yeah, it's hard to get the support sometimes, Carl. Especially just doing videos. When I was doing just videos, 4K videos, before I decided to start doing live streaming, man, it was really, really hard. Of course, I wasn't posting consistently and this, that, and the other. Yeah, decided to pick up live streaming one day, and it's not been too bad. Who's our next inbound? Looks like American Airlines 1441 headed in from Philadelphia. 52 minutes flight time. So roughly 54 minutes of flight time for this A319 100. That is arriving in just 2 minutes. Should have a couple of FedEx arrivals. Yep, there's one right now in just 12 minutes. And you can see that CRJ sitting out right there on the overnight already. Alright, so our A319 from Philadelphia is getting closer. So just behind that you have Delta, actually it's Delta Connection, operated by Endeavor Air 5192, coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour, 4 minutes of flight time for that one when it touches down on that CRJ 900LR. That one arriving in just 2 minutes. And then right behind that one is a Southwest 2651 coming in from Baltimore. 41 minutes of flight time, arriving in 4 minutes for that 737-8. You can see Southwest just at the top of your screen there. Hello, A220. There you are. Good evening to you too. Oh, he's holding it. That's the longest I've ever heard one of the pilots hold that. That's awesome. Currently it's about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. But the wind is blowing, so it's making it a little extra cold. Making my nose run. Alright, neither Southwest or Delta Connection are close enough at the moment. Republic's still sitting out there, must be waiting on his slot before he can leave. Yeah, about 50 degrees with a pretty steady wind to the face. I was looking at the Windy app earlier, and I was almost sure they were going to be coming in from the other side of the airport. And I was like, please don't. I really don't like that end, but if I can help it. But they're landing right where we want them to. Oh, got ABC 11 on its way in as well. Coming from the east. Saw it depart a few minutes ago. See you, Neela. Yeah, I'm sure it's time for bed. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. I will be watching your show tomorrow. Alright, who's going to touch down first? Southwest or Delta? Looks like Delta might, but I think Southwest is going to be a little more exciting. Alright, dude, focus. Thank you. Alright, Republic Airways finally getting to move on. And we've got ABC 11 arriving. They're parked in a weird spot today. ERB, good evening, my friend. No swimming today, 71, rainy. Ugh. There's our A220. Oh, that thing is just singing. Very loud. Early rotation. Oh, I had to take my step. Nice steep climb out for that A220. Cleared the fire escape. Alright, is this our FedEx? It is. Pablo, good evening. He did come off like a rocket. I was like, wonder if that's the same pilot from the storm evening we had. It's probably the best takeoff I've ever seen. Squeaky brakes. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Carolyn, good evening. Who do we have right here? BizJet that's not on flight radar. But they're lining up to get in here, though. There's about 4 or 5 out there. Oh, yeah, the bells, that's Molly. Gotta make my after dark changes here. So if you guys see things starting to change. I almost had a Southwest sneak in on us. No, you don't. Of course, with the way their lights are pointed right at the camera, it makes my camera so angry. Will this one be buttery smooth like the other two? Yes, it will. Go from one to another. Uh-oh. What do we have right here? What is that? Ah, another helicopter. I couldn't tell what that was coming in. Our no vent health coming in to get some fuel. Another bird. This one touching down while we were looking at the no vent health. This one Holly And of course it went behind the building just as I was trying to read what that said. Holly something Falcon. That's all I got. Maybe you guys can read it in the playback. They keep me busy right now, which is good. That's what I want. What time is it? Almost 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock hour is slow from what I was gathering on lunch break. So we'll see how it goes. To roll through. You know, honestly, I don't think so because of the simple fact that it's not a motorized vehicle. I could be wrong, but don't believe speed limits apply to rollerblades. Good evening, John Southwell. Sorry I haven't had a chance to really speak. Go one last look at the sunset there. That is nowhere near as bright to my eyes as it is on the camera. Well, we don't have anything happening at the moment. Well, we do have one getting ready to depart. I think it's a Delta 737 getting ready to depart. Or is it American? There's somebody out there. I think it might be. I did see a Delta head out that way while we were in our busy state. Flight radar, they're so weird. I have it too zoomed out, so I can't tell which is which. Delta definitely gonna move on here. Oh no! Dang these lights. And into the fire escape it goes. Take a look around here and see what we got. See who we got coming in next. Got two United. Next up we have United 1330 or 1322 coming in from Dulles. 38 minutes of flight time so far for this one, arriving in 3 minutes on a 737-800. Just behind that one we have a United, but it's not giving me any information. It says unable to load flight path. Alright, thanks a lot, Flight Radar. Behind that we have Republic Airways 4698 coming in from DCA, arriving in 14 minutes. That other United is a lot closer, but I don't know why it's telling me. There it goes. Alright. United 662 arriving in from Chicago. 1 hour and 15 minutes of flight time, arriving in 5 minutes. This one is an Airbus A319-100. High Level with a super chat, 279. Enjoying the stream. Thanks from I can't pronounce. Words are difficult for me sometimes. Thank you so much for that super chat. Much appreciated. Glad you are enjoying the stream. It is going to be slow now, sadly. So we will be able to chit chat. Again, we do have 3 arrivals. Farthest one out, 12 minutes. Let me actually check to the south and see what or who we might have coming in from the south. Ooh, we got another breeze coming in from the northeast, arriving in 23 minutes. Coming in from Providence, Rhode Island on an E195. American coming in from Nashville. And one in Charlotte. It's going to arrive later on. Or it just touched down, one of the two. You got another FedEx that left Atlanta. This one's a 767. Just departed 12 minutes ago. It'll be here in 43 minutes. That's weird. I wonder why it's coming from Atlanta. Very slow this evening. Darn it. Oh, UPS from Ontario due in an hour and 30 minutes. Coming from Ontario, California. I didn't see any specials. It does look like we have JetBlue Inspiring Humanity arriving in 1 hour and 30 minutes, coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. I do need you for flight info, because you know I'll miss some flight information, or I'll forget. Plus, you're better at it than I am. Brian Lloyd, what's up? Yeah, finally some dry weather. Yeah, had couple of days of rainy weather here as well, and I've been from one end of the state to the other over the last couple of days. And needless to say, it's rained at both ends for 2 days. Yeah, Jeff, I've got someone from Australia watching, somebody from Madeira, Ireland. So we are international. We are live all across the world. If people find us, they can watch us. Nice loud touchdown for the United there. Man, I'm not when Copa comes, I'm not going to be able to tell the difference between this livery and Copa. I think Copa is affiliated with United. I was making a joke in chatting with my team about when we first got the news, and I'm like, oh, it's United's Spanish cousin. Because that's exactly what Copa Airlines looks like. It looks exactly like that United that just touched down, if you guys don't know. I did see that Copa added some more flights to their roster. So I think they're going to have 4 destinations. 3 or 4 destinations now. Vincent, what's up, dude? Rail Stalker, good evening. What's up, my friend? Well, right above, I was about to say, there's not even any stars out, but right above my head I got some. Off in the distance. The reason I said that is I was looking at this plane and looking behind it, and I'm like, man, there's nothing behind it. There's a plane way off in the distance. They're just at the top of your screen. Again, this is United coming in from Chicago. Same. I've been here 12 years almost. So, speaking of Eastern Air streams, I was looking at trying to find the exact dates on the return of the Lufthansa A380 to Dulles, and wouldn't you know it, I can't find any exact dates on its return this summer. I'd like to be there for its return to Dulles, or its inaugural. I don't know if it flew in and out of Dulles before the pandemic or not. So that'll be cool for us over the summer, going up there and catching Lufthansa's A380 and their their Queen. So I'm pretty excited for that, to be able to go to DC and get both of those later on in the year. Ooh, smoky start over there. You can see the smoke boiling up from the lights on the other side of the terminal. Alright, let's see. Where's our next closest one? Our next closest one is the one coming in from DCA, arriving in just 2 minutes. That is Republic Airways. Got a helicopter flying overhead. It's not on flight radar. Straight over my head. Out of Terminal A and Terminal C is American. Dude, Snapple? I haven't seen Snapple in forever. By the way, sorry, I'm just reading random messages. I'm trying to read everybody's message, but I'm just responding to certain ones. Find this. We live. St. Clair. Squirrel. Exactly. Meow. Snow bells. Man, you know, talking about the rain, Brian, it has really made everything clear. Like everything is crystal clear out here this evening. All right. Another Delta. Getting ready to depart. Vincent gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Vincent, as always. Tristan was gifted that membership. Congratulations, sir. Welcome to the Carolina Aviation memberships. Sounding departure for this A319. And behind the fire escape it goes. Off in the distance is our American from DCA on that E175. Everett, good evening. What's up, sir? I am doing well. Hope you are. Trying to stay warm this evening. It's not freezing cold out here. When I first got here, I was like, man, this might be gloves and a face mask type of show, but it is definitely too heavy jacket kind of weather. Luckily, the wind feels like it died off a little bit. It was a really windy day. I would have loved to have been out here earlier today. We were under a wind advisory, and I was like, man, I'm stuck working. The wind was blowing out of the west, so I'm sure they were arguing with the wind, fighting the wind this afternoon or this morning. You guys might get your chance at the Bells game here. Chances are this one will make its way back here, although they have fooled me before. It's only 2 over there on this side. So let's see what happens. All right, let me take a quick look at flight radar. See who is close now. Our next arrival is off to the north. Our next arrival is 15 minutes away. Oh, well, actually, it's a race between American Airlines and Breeze. No, Breeze is 20 minutes, it says. They look awfully closer than 20 minutes. The next one is Republic Airways coming in from Nashville, arriving in 15 minutes. Again, like I said, you guys, it is a slow evening here. I did not expect it to be as slow as it is. What is that noise? The 9 o'clock hour looks busy, which is good because we'll have the 777 departure, the MD-11 departure, and the FedEx 767 departure all before 10 p.m. 10 p.m. will be the end of the show. If you guys are new to the show, I do end around the 10 o'clock hour, depending. Hopefully our 777 to London doesn't get delayed. Here's our CRJ departure. Another Delta connection. Another semi-early rotation there. Can't wait for this shot in the summer. When there's actually daylight out here this late in the evening. Give you guys semi-clear pilot cam shots, hopefully. Yep, we've got our MD-11 departure at about 9:15. Thank you, Brad. What's up, Brad? How are you doing, by the way? I sent you a message on Facebook. I don't know if you got it or not. Although we missed that weekend, so I was in Charlotte last weekend. I was out of town. I was up in the mountains, spending the week with my mom after the passing of my father-in-law, or my stepfather. And so I decided to stop into Charlotte and give you guys a show. Bells. Barry, what's up? Glad to see you. Yeah, I didn't know if you were working that Sunday, so, and I sent you a message because I thought the winds, or so I don't know what it was like here on Sunday, but I thought the winds were going to be in our favor for us to get you on the show again, doing your thing over there for Frontier. Yeah, my stepfather passed away last Monday, so that's why we didn't have any shows last week other than our Sunday show. With all the things that I've had go on over the last few weeks, maybe I should have taken the month of February off. Yeah, it's been a rough one. So we were supposed to go to Charlotte this weekend, but I have an event. My best friend's daughter is turning 1, and he wants me to do his photos for her birthday party. So I was like, you know what? That's actually perfect, because it basically flipped weekends. Because he was supposed to have her party last weekend, she got COVID, and they flipped it to this weekend. We were in Charlotte this past weekend, so we'll be back. We'll be here on Sunday, and I haven't confirmed with Molly whether she's going to be here on Sunday or not. Miss Carolina still says she's going to be here, so thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Carolyn. Yeah, it was a rough week last week. Oh, you do all of them, Brad. Just depends on where you're at. Well, good. You'll have to let us know where you're at when we're here. Thank you, ERB. Thank you, William. Thank you, everybody. Just thank you guys so much for bearing with us and just being here. Of course, really wasn't bad as far as on the show goes because, well, as you guys can see, it's slow. It's been, like I said, frustrating month so far. The airport's slow. Things pop up, things happen, and of course, unforeseen things are always going to happen. That's why I try not to plan. If you guys know me and you know my kind of luck, I try not to plan anything too far in advance. I could have planned to go to Disney World in October, and something would happen, and I wouldn't be able to go. So it's the way life is for me sometimes. So I try not to plan too many things. If I do, I try not to let them out until it's closer. But even then, last minute things. Like I said, I've had our Charlotte show planned for a month, and then, a couple of events have happened, and, well, it is what it is. No signs of security tonight, thank goodness. Not that they can bother me. They cannot. I mean, they can bother me, but I have documentation now. They can't, unless they just want to be rude and tell me to leave. I have documentation from the airport that gives me the right to be here and do what I'm doing. So, and again, a huge thank you to RDU for making that possible, by the way. Again, I know we didn't get to give them props on, we gave them props on our show back. And a huge thank you to those who helped get us back up here and back going with that situation. I'm glad they were able to get us back up here and going. I know they watched the show. As a matter of fact, a lot of people here at the airport watched the show. I didn't realize how many until that day, and then a week or so, our return trip, I had some folks come up, now a friend of mine here, come up and say, hey, watch your show, and invited me to do some things, and we'll talk about it after I do it. I'm going to do that on Thursday. If you're watching, I have to reschedule, by the way. I'll send you a text message. Since Wednesday is Valentine's Day and I've already gotten in trouble once from the missus. Because I was going to do a show on Wednesday so you guys could get your Air France fix. And, well, Valentine's Day. Stupid holiday. I don't hate love. Don't get me wrong. I love love. But it's messing with my show. It's irrelevant. It's not a niece's birthday, a child's birthday, so on and so forth. It's I can go on a date anytime, especially since it's on a Wednesday. Come on. If it was Saturday or Sunday, then I might consider, But I've already, like I said, I've already been in trouble once, so I gave up on that fight. Yeah, unfortunately. I've got one arrival coming in. Actually, we've got several coming in. That's how quickly it changes. Our American Airlines coming in from Nashville, arriving in it says 5 minutes. What? There's no way that's 5 minutes. It's like right there. Flight radar's giving me a hard time. Happy wife, happy life. Yeah, I mean, her and I do it both ways. Try to, anyway. She is very supportive of the show. As a matter of fact, I was like, today's show is going to be lame. There's no traffic. She's like, do your show. Knock it off. Get out there. Go. I was like, all right, fine. As you guys know, I don't like it when it's slow. And as you guys could just see, we're sitting there looking at that E175. Why? Because it's slow. I got nothing else to look at. And that bothers me. I'd rather be busy chatting with you guys as well, but it being slow does give us... Oh, see, she knew. She heard me talking about Valentine's Day. She pops in. And how it's a stupid holiday. On a Wednesday, it's a stupid holiday. If it were Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, great holiday. Kids could go over to the grandparents. I could go on a dinner date. Ew, it's on a Wednesday this year. We both have to be in bed early. Well, not early. Because if I were doing a show, I wouldn't be in bed till about 11:30, 12. Yeah, she did. That's why she's here. Surprised she hasn't texted me yet about it. Been like, what? What are you saying? Why are you talking crap? Because guaranteed. And you guys will have to remind me on Friday and ask me how my Friday, Sunday, whenever we do a show again. Ask me about my Valentine's Day, because here's why. I guarantee you what's going to happen tomorrow is I'm going to go home, we're going to sit down, have some dinner. It's going to be a normal night. Do our normal thing, have some dinner, watch some TV. It's not going to be anything. It's not going to be any different. Now, like I said, if it were a Friday, Saturday, could have a nice date night. Tomorrow, come on. Who goes out on a Wednesday night? Barry said I've made all the mistakes twice. Nah, ERB. I'm not afraid she's gonna make me sleep in the doghouse. She'll be fine. Our bed's big enough. She'll just put the dog between us. I gotta do something really bad, and trashing Valentine's Day, meh, that ain't bad. I gotta do something really stupid in order for her to get really, really angry. Sometimes I can do something not so dumb, or even say something not so dumb, and she'll just depends on whether she's eaten or had enough sleep. Bells. Me and Miss Carolina have a wonderful relationship. I wouldn't trade it for anything. The fart sack. Yeah, Dutch oven. That's one of my favorite things to do. Now, I have been cussed out more times than I know, than I can count on that one. On the 17th or 18th. What day is the 17th, 18th? That's Monday, Tuesday, right? No, the 18th is Sunday. I should be here, if all goes well with service. I should be here on Sunday. You guys may or may not hear me on Sunday. By the way, if you are just joining the show, as far as I know, Miss Carolina and Molly are taking over. It was your name, and I assume it was you. You can message me, Brad, over on, it'll be Brian Evans over on Facebook, or you can message me on Instagram at Carolina_Aviation 88 if you follow me over there. 98 likes. We missed it by about 11 minutes. But yeah, I should be. The 17th, I was supposed to be in Charlotte. Unfortunately, that's changed. But we are, like I said, we are supposed to be here on the 18th. Hopefully, service around the airport is fixed. Who knows? I haven't been here on a Sunday in so long. I was here, I think, 2 weeks ago, and service was still a little spotty. Although I was not up here on the parking garage testing service, I was down at the end of the runway, where service is always spotty, no matter what day it is. But again, if you guys are new to the channel, then you know we had 3 Sundays in a row where we were having issues with it, and then we got barred from the airport for a week. So I haven't done a Sunday in a little over almost a month now because of service issues. Hopefully those service issues again will be resolved. I don't know if they will or not. All right, I'll check it. I'll check it here in a minute, or after the show, Brad. Thank you so much. And I just got it. Just a little bit after I read your message, it came through. Breeze. That one coming in from Providence, Rhode Island. It's about time to check flight radar again. Got a Delta connection. Plus we do have that FedEx coming up from Atlanta. Arriving in 13 minutes now. Just to the south of that there is another American. That one coming in from Charlotte with American 1904, arriving in 17 minutes. And, ooh, hey, our ATR, Vincent, our ATR is on the way. ATR 72600 freighter coming in from New Bern, arriving in just 26 minutes. It left 8 minutes ago. Like I said, again, very, very quiet. Alaska is headed out to the end of the runway for that departure in just a moment. Bells. It is that one there on gate C12. Next up is our Delta connection, operated by Endeavor, coming in from JFK, arriving in 3 minutes. I can't see it, it's hidden behind the tower. And then FedEx is in a hurry coming up from Atlanta. Yeah, we only have 2 of the ATRs, and they're both FedEx. So they're not, we don't get very many of them. We get those 2, and I'm trying to think if I've seen anywhere else, actually. At any of the other airports that I've visited. 102 likes. Thank you, ERB, for that update. Thank you guys so much for liking tonight's stream. Again, I do realize it is a slow evening here at RDU. I'm ready for the summer traffic. Summer traffic, summer weather. Gain a lot of daylight coming soon in March. That'll be good. So not all of our shows will be in the dark. Again. Oh, very delayed. Let's see. Google says Embraer is... Yes, they are manufactured in Brazil. The E175s, E195s, and I believe the E2s as well. The A220 is manufactured here in the States. It used to be manufactured in Canada. It may still partially be manufactured in Canada. Fun fact, the A220 is not actually an Airbus design. Can't remember whose design it is though. A Canadian company, I believe, originally. After what happened in 1994. Yeah, they don't seem very safe for passengers. I don't think I would want that prop right next to my face if I were a passenger. If anything happened, you know, that just sliced right through the plane. Nothing holding it back. Yes, the Breeze did land. It's over on the other side of the terminal. Now we do have another Breeze over at General Ave, and it came in from Charlotte. So I don't know, not exactly sure why it's here. And I missed if there was anybody on it. It could be here to pick up somebody for a charter. Who knows? That's right, Bombardier designed the A220 Canadian. Thank you for that. I knew it was somebody, but I couldn't remember who. Evan, you got kicked out? Maybe I'm having some service issues. Hopefully not. Now split between the southern U.S. Yeah, I think it's... Is it Alabama or Mississippi? Somewhere in the deep south is where they're made. I do know that the 787 Dreamliners are manufactured in Charleston, South Carolina. A friend of mine was down there, and he's sending me all these pictures of these Dreamliners, and he's like, "What's up with this?" And I'm like, "Well, that's where they're built." He was like, "Oh." The Breeze was a charter. Thank you, Brad. See, Brad's our inside intel. Our inside guy for all the happenings around the airport that I cannot explain. Yeah, we actually, ERB, we had a bunch of, when Alaska took delivery of a few of theirs last year, before I started doing the live show, maybe we just started the live show, they were flying up and making a stop here for fuel. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get out here and get any of those. But they were brand new, and they were coming over, and they were making stops here in Raleigh before they were heading on out west. I think there were quite a few of them, in fact, stopping off here in Raleigh for fuel. And Alaska headed back to Seattle. And this 737. Is this just the 900 or is this the max? Just the 900. I don't see any chevrons on the engines. Until we see you again, Alaska. Safe travel. Alright. One of our E-175s finally getting a move on here. Ooh, and Southwest. They've been kind of quiet this evening, Southwest over here. Got an Avelo parked over here on the overnight ramp. Can't see it because of the parking garage. I can only slightly catch the nose. Sweet. So you're working, Brad. You're on the other side, though. Brad's on the other side of the terminal over there. Got several headed out. Several American airlines. That E-175 and I believe an A319, possibly an A321. Brad Kemp, welcome to First Class. Thank you so much for that joint membership, sir. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you as well for all your insight here at RDU. Much appreciated. Rail Stalker, he is here at RDU. We certain Sundays we can catch Brad fueling Frontier or Delta, which I think we've caught both. Well, this is odd for Southwest to just go out here and sit. Normally Southwest is a major turn and burn, but apparently not this evening. And I think our Novant Health helicopter is getting ready to depart. Man, they need some more light over there in General Ave. There are absolutely no lights over there. Just don't let Air France get over there. They'll hit it. Speaking of CRJs, Delta CRJ departing. And behind the building. Let's see what we got going on out there. Oh, they're putting one to bed already. What is that? Is that an American? This one's being pulled over to the overnight parking area. They put another one over there, and I think that's another American as well. Probably one of the A319, A321. Really can't tell from here. And I didn't even see them pull it over there. So they're putting them all to bed kind of early. Oh, Southwest, will it be worth it to get this shot? Probably not. Won't be a long shot. And behind the building. Wasn't sure if it would be or not. There are a couple out there at the end. Yeah. Batman, what's up, sir? Alright, somebody's on the move out there, but they were on the move a minute ago. Are you finally getting out there or what? I think this is our E175. Early rotation. Oh, I wish this lens had just a little bit more stability in it. So I could get those nice close-up shots. Here's our FedEx 767. This one arriving from Atlanta. All right, ERB, see you in a little while. We'll be live until 10 p.m. our time. So another 2.5 hours or so. $20 minutes to do 4,700 gallons of fuel. Man. This one must have been light, as he's going to stop early for this 767. Novent Health helicopter is up and out. See that one off to the right over here. Oop, I see an ambulance just outside the airport down at the end down there. Don't even get me started on BeamNG Railstalker. Played that game every day for like the last 5 years. Actually, I haven't played it in the last couple of months since my sim rig died. My steering wheel and everything just up and quit working. Although my steering wheel is probably 10 years old, give or take. It's time for an entirely new setup. My flight sim stuff still works, but my racing sim stuff is, well, when you use it as much as I've used my racing setup, it had a good run. Every day for years I used it. I don't know, the Southwest getting a move on over there, taxiing out, but we do have another arrival. Our ATR is just a couple minutes out as well, so looks like the action is getting ready to pick up a little bit. I play Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And I have the, I don't know how many of you play Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I do have the PMDG 737, 800, and 700. Along with a whole bunch of other stuff like the F-14 and a couple other things. I have not played it in a month, a couple months actually. And lately I haven't been doing any of the flights with the PMDG 737 because I'm having issues with my charts. It's hard to plan a flight when you don't have any charts. I need to keep meaning to work on that, but as you guys know, I've been working on other things. Maybe I'll get around to working on my poor old computer one of these days. Dude, there is nothing like BeamNG. Now, I could talk to you about BeamNG for days. The crash physics on that game are phenomenal. I played it even before I got my sim stuff. Like, I played it with a PlayStation controller, and it just, oh my gosh, making those NASCAR crashes and stuff. Just, man, you can't beat that game. It's been my favorite game for years. But again, like I said, I do play Flight Simulator, just not as often as I would like. I got controls and everything for it. My other game, that's the only flight game I have, but I have a bunch of driving games like American Truck Simulator. I do iRacing. I do BeamNG. Do all these different ones, and unfortunately I'm taken down because my wheel and stuff doesn't want to work for some reason. I haven't had the patience to look into it either. I'm a very impatient person sometimes. Another Southwest just hanging out at the end of the runway. What is up with that? Southwest, you okay? You sick? That's not normal. Yeah, me too. Much rather do it with the steering wheel. I'd much rather do all of my simulator stuff with the steering wheel if I can, but I want a direct drive wheel with an actual steering wheel, but to make it that even more realistic. I've also got the VR headset that I use for iRacing. Let me tell you, that improved my racing and racing experience tenfold. But I haven't been on iRacing in a long time. Like I said, I haven't been on much of anything lately. I need to get back to work on my computer. I gotta upgrade my PC. But there's our FedEx ATR coming in from New Bern. Hater is strong. Uh-oh, I missed something between Pip and Matt, man. Oh, you guys are talking hockey again. Marley, welcome in. Good evening. Yeah, New Bern has a has an airport. I actually think it's really, really small. The other ATR is coming in from Wilmington, which gets like, 5 flights a day, I think. Tony was actually trying to get me to head to Wilmington when we were barred from RDU here, and I was like, dude, they get like 25 flights a day. I was like, no. And of course Richmond, sorry Brian, but I know Richmond only gets, what, 50, 60 maybe. I looked at it, I sent Tony some screenshots, and he was like, oh. was like, yeah, I don't think anybody will watch a show from either one of those airports because it'll be so slow. He was like, yeah, probably not. Yeah, there are actually quite a few airports out there on the coast, especially on the Outer Banks. Hatteras has one that's fairly close to the lighthouse. Of course, you have Nag's Head, Wright Brothers, all that out there. Actually, when I was a kid, I flew on a Cessna. That's what I wanted to do. And my parents were like, all right. So we went on an air tour out there. And I can't remember what airport it was. I was like 10 years old. The lady could barely see over the dashboard. It was great. I'm like, holy cow. Are we going to make this? She comes in, we bounce down the runway, and I just remember seeing the ocean, the tarmac, the ocean, and I'm like, please don't let us go off. So here I am 10 years old. I'm like, I don't know how to swim. Luckily, we landed safely. It was great. YYZ is Toronto. Name. Oh, you've had your ATR fix for the evening? Got another one coming. I don't know how much of this one we're going to catch. I didn't realize it was a 737. It's going to go behind the building. And a lot longer than I thought it was going to last. Right into the fire escape there. All right, let's check flight radar now. I got to zoom back in here, see what's coming next. Got one coming in over here where the ATR came in, but that one is not on flight radar. Here goes our Southwest turn and burn. Tony Newsome, good evening. You're very welcome. Happy to be out here. I know it is dark. That's why I'm ready for summer. So this time in the summer, it will still be daylight. We're not doing only nighttime shows during the week. An aviation snob. How am I an aviation snob? What, because Richmond and Wilmington have like no flights? Yes, indeed. What's up? Did I miss your intro message? You know, yes, indeed, I enjoy when people come visit me. You'd be surprised. Exactly. I'm a nut, not a snob. Thank you, Rail Stalker, for that. I have not been to Atlanta. That is one place I've been there, but I've never done a show from Atlanta, and that is on my list at some point this year, I want to go to Atlanta. My mom lives, again, I was in Western North Carolina last week. And she only lives 3 hours from Atlanta. Whereas here, I think I'm like 6.5 hours from Atlanta, driving distance. And so that is one airport on my list to try and get to this year. And of course, I'm going to be taking you guys to Charlotte and Dulles, Ronald Reagan, hopefully Bewey at some point, up in Baltimore. Again, I still want to do, if you watch the show, you know, one of my goals this year is to do a 3-day marathon, 3 days, 3 different airports. I want to do Baltimore, Ronald Reagan, and Dulles. Out of all the airports closest to me, Dulles is my favorite. It's very, the variety is excellent. The movements and the vantage points, pain in my behind. But you get good variety at Dulles. You guys I've missed something here. Matt Mans said something. Pip's laughing. Pip has pilots on his stream. Ha ha. Very funny, Matt Man. You know what? I'm in contact with a pilot. She flies in here like once every other month, I think she said. I don't know if she'd be willing to do the show. As a matter of fact, I don't know if she watches the show, but she got in contact with me earlier in the month. She flies to, she was flying LaGuardia and a couple other places, DCA, I think. And she made 3 trips over the course of 2 days, and unfortunately I was at work. She was flying in and out early in the day. So I was unable to catch her, but when next time she comes, maybe I'll see if she would be willing to be on the show with us. I am actually thinking about that, Brad, doing ATL for a stream. I gotta get down there and get things figured out. Especially, I want to get on their parking garage down there, the one that's the closest to the runway. It's like almost eye level with the runway on top. I've been to Atlanta before as a passenger. You know, never did the plane spotting thing. I was into plane spotting, but not nowhere near as much as I am now. And so I'm gonna try, my fingers crossed, I'm gonna try to get down there and do a show in Atlanta. And yes, Matt Man, I do have a couple of ATC contacts. I don't give names, but I do have a couple of people on ATC that work here at the airport. And of course we have Brad Camp, who works here at the airport as well. Our designated fueler, giving me inside information on that, well, all of us, inside information on that Breeze sitting over at General Ave, that it was a charter. All right, Frontier. Roadrunner beat the Hawk out. The Hawk is headed out though. And if you guys are talking about doing a show in LA, no. I'll go to LA and I'll hang out, I'll take pictures. I might give you guys like a half-hour stream, but I'm not gonna do a full stream in LA. There's like 6 streamers in LA. it wouldn't be worth it for me or anybody else, honestly, to go. Unless you're from another country, there's no reason to go to LA to do a stream. There are six wonderful streamers that do LA. I'd rather stick to the East Coast. I think they have the West Coast covered. You've got streams in Las Vegas. My guy, Las Vegas Flights. You've got Pip and DFW, OZ Gaming and Dullet at DFW. Got Walt at DFW, all do a great job. So I have no desire to go west. I want to stay on the East Coast as much as possible. Will I go to JFK? Nah, probably not. Reason being is, will they be as nice to me as they are the other two streamers? Who knows? We may go to Philadelphia for all I know. Nobody's ever streamed Philly that I'm aware of. So who knows where we're gonna go? But I'm gonna stay on the east side of the country. Yeah, see? Brad, you're more than welcome. Anytime you want to come up here and be a guest on my show, you're more than welcome. You work at the airport, you work with the aircraft. I would be interested in interviewing you, and I'm sure we all have questions. Of course, Molly asked you the question earlier about how long it took to fuel the Alaska 737. So I think that would be something. Anytime you would like to come up and be on the show, please, by all means. Please bring me some. Yes, I'll go to lunch with you. ORD. I would consider ORD. There is somebody in ORD who does one. Do a stream at Las Vegas. Then it's a win-win. Las Vegas, yeah. Mac, welcome. RDU is my old stomping ground. More flights out of there than anywhere. I call DFW home now. Nice. They've got a Pip Hastings, who is watching the show, does a live stream at DFW as well as Dallas Loves Field. As a matter of fact, he'll be at Dallas Loves Field tomorrow for a little love on Love Day. So make sure you go over there and check out Pip tomorrow at Dallas Loves Field. Yeah, nobody's done Buffalo. I'd have to, and of course, you guys know, it all comes down to how busy an airport is, because as I've stated a little while ago, it's got to be busy enough for me to go. And I think this is where Pip was like, "Oh, you're being a snob," but I'd rather give you guys the planes than like we had a little while ago where we're just sitting around talking. Yes, sitting around talking is fun, but I also enjoy the planes. Giving you guys the planes. And back to LA. I would definitely go to LAX. I would go to San Diego. Now I wouldn't be against doing a show in San Diego. If I ever make it out there, out west, sure, I would do San Diego. That seems like it would be a really cool and fun thing to do. But LA, you know, like I said, there's 6 people in LA. If you guys really need your LA fix, you can go watch them. I watch them for goodness sakes. You know what I mean? Like, LA is covered. And you guys are giving me great suggestions. Dang, really early liftoff for Frontier. Must not be very many people on board this one. You guys are giving me great suggestions on places you would like to see. Again, it all comes down to whether I have time, because unfortunately this is not my full-time job. And whether or not we can drive there, because flying is way too expensive and hotels are way too expensive. Got a couple sitting out there at the end of the runway. UPS should be close. Yes, UPS arriving. Our other FedEx ATR has left. UPS, the A300, arriving from Ontario, California in just 23 minutes. Yeah, Miss Carolina. Now I would like to do some stuff in Europe, but Miss Carolina will not fly over the ocean. And if we do any long away from here, like far away, then she'll be she more than likely will want to go. I'd like to do a show in MCO, Tampa. I know there are a couple of spotters in both of those locations, but those are two locations I would like to do a show, if at all possible, as well. Again, there are a lot of airports that I definitely want to go see. But our main ones are RDU, Dulles, and CLT at the moment. Nice sounding A319 United. And Terry, Brad, tell Terry I said, what's up? So I see if, I don't know who that is sitting down there. I know you guys can see that, but let's see what's going on over here on the ramp. There you go. We've got one of our E175s pushing back. I watch LA every now and then. If nobody else is on, like, I'm always watching Pip. I'm in Pip's show every day. Like when he's on, I'm at work. Most of the time when he's on and I'm at work, I'm in Lurker's Lounge. But if you guys are in Pip's show, I try to say hello at the beginning of the show. And I watched LA a lot. And I still do. If there's nothing else on to watch, then I'll watch both of those. I used to like it when they were both on at the same time. I would split screen it on the computer, and I would watch Kevin and I would watch Peter, because they were given the same airport but two different perspectives. To me, that was cool. It would have been nice if they would have worked together, because they have the same amount. It doesn't matter if they're on at the same time. They both pretty much have the same amount of viewers at the same time. And I get it, personalities, people don't like Peter, people don't like Kevin, people don't like me, people don't like whoever. That's just the way it is. And they'll watch one over the other, but in my opinion, I think it would be really cool if those two came together and did a show together in LA and made one big super show from both sides of the airport, because they're right across from each other. I think that would be a really cool idea for them to do. But like I said, I watch both of them. I enjoy both of their shows. Like, they're part of what got me into doing, well, they got me back into plane spotting. And then, doing the photography and the video stuff. That's why. And of course, if you guys have been here before, you know my story on, I never intended on doing a live show ever, because RDU slow, small airport, who's gonna watch it? And then I got to thinking one day, I was like, you know what? Why not just try it? Why not bring people the planes who can't always come out to the airport to see the planes from our local airport, instead of watching somebody in LA and this, that, and the other. So that was my whole thought process on going live. And I tried it one day, and you know, here we are now. See, Jackie, to me that's awesome. You know, to do a show together would be awesome, in my opinion. Especially if you've got a big enough airport. Now here, you know, this is my territory. Stay away. Go away. Come visit me. Don't try and steal my live show. This airport's definitely not big enough for two of us. But if somebody did start their own live show, I'd be like, hey, you know what? You want to team up? But the other problem with RDU is there's not two locations. There's the parking garage, and that's it to get a good show. I thought about tonight doing the end of the runway, and I'm like, you know what? Everybody's going to be like, what is this? I'm out and jet out. Because if that were the case, we'd be looking right down at the end of the runway or here at the terminal from over a mile away. So I was like, yeah, I'll think better of doing that. Lady, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I wish we would get some more A380s. Of course, RDU's never going to get A380s, I don't think. Smog free, mostly. You're very, yeah, you're right, Jeff, it is. Smog free. And then, of course, you know, we gained 3 new airlines. Technically 4 in the last, 6 months. Here we go. Can't talk. UPS A300 getting ready to depart. This is where I mute my mic. You guys enjoy the heavy takeoff. Dude, Mac, that would be awesome. Walt and Pip team up. That would be really cool. OZ Gaming's really good too. He's just young. I don't even know how old he is, but he's young. He does great work though to be as young as he is. He puts together a really good show too. Let's see, back to our E175 here. Grantham, what's up? Yep, Horry's Box, I watch him. He's a little hard to understand, but I do watch his show. He's got great quality. A lot of action. He's got a great location too there in Fort Lauderdale, right there at the end of the runway. I'm pretty jealous of that, by the way. If anybody at RDU has any pull, we need a place closer to the runway. Hint, hint, please. We need something closer to the runway. Preferably on the west side of the airport, so in the evening we're not bombarded by the sun in our face. And I'd like to be like Airliners Live over in Manchester and get my own little tower. If you guys are listening, you know, can I get a little tower like they have? That's another show that I like to watch when I can catch them. And of course, my friend Neela over in Madeira, I watch her as well early in the morning. She's on early. So with the Euro high beams, you know what, Evan? I've been saying that forever. It's like you can tell UPS from miles out because their lights are yellow. All right, Southwest getting to move on over here on 23 left. Manchester's another one of those airports that have a lot. You've got Simon Low Aviation, Think Planes. Think Planes is another good one. I like Simon as well. All three of those streams at Manchester. I think there's another one too, but I'm not sure. All of their streams are fantastic. And of course you have Big Jet at London Heathrow. His personality and my personality clash. I've stated that before. Not that I've ever talked to him or met him, but just the way, you know, the way he was with his chat one day just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. They were talking about what they had for breakfast or something in the chat, and he was like, hey, let's just say hey and move on. Let's not talk about blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? No. That's what we're here for. Chat amongst yourselves. We're all friends. Talk about whatever you want, as long as it's not politics, sex, or religion. You guys can, and don't offend each other, don't argue. But we don't have that issue over here on my show very often. I think twice. But there are a lot of good streams out there. Yeah, the husband and wife, that's Think Planes, and I watch them quite often. By the end of the runway. Yeah, there are a lot of places by the end of the runway, but being able to fully see what's going on, like I have a spot, DFW, at the very end of the runway across the street. The problem is you're right directly underneath them, so it makes it hard to catch their arrival. He does get really excited. I will admit that about Big Jet, but ever since he made that comment to his chatters about, you know, let's not chat about that. No, don't do that. See, Molly knows what's up. Food. He did. I think he was actually the first person to do live streams. Big Jet was. And he does a great job, and he does it with minimal equipment. And I'm like, dude, I want to know how you do it with just a camera. Are you using your phone? Like, what are you doing? Here I am with a laptop, soundboard, all kinds of stuff. Or racism, yes. Evan in Plains. Very Dan, welcome. Way too many. We have like DFW. You have 3. You got OZ, Pip, and Walt. LA has 6. Sierra Bravo is in Kentucky. I watch him every once in a while. I always forget when he's on, but I have watched his show. I do like what he does up there with all the cargos. And there's somebody, I can't remember the name of it, but it's a really funny name, something about cows, that does a Memphis show. I've only seen it once or twice, in passing, and I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but it's the name of his channel is something cows, and I'm like, that's an interesting name for a plane spotting live stream. Yeah, John Southwell, I think that's a big part of the reason why I'm not a fan of him. But yeah, it's hard. It is really hard for me to watch him. He, like I said, he does have a great stream. He does have a great show. It's just personality clash, in my opinion. But oh, see, I don't know about the other one. Well, I've never seen one of yours, DFW. Cows, planes, and trains. That's it. Thank you, Jana. We had arguments a while back. It wasn't anything major. Molly knows if people start arguing, she knows immediately. Timeout, block them, whatever it takes. Because that's one thing I do not and will not tolerate. Here we go. Here's JetBlue. Special livery, humanity. Something humanity. I've forgotten. Inspiring humanity. Ooh, we should get a really good look at this one. Hopefully it will come back here. This one again flying in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Molly says, we need more bells. Yeah, Nashville. All I know is the last time I saw him, he was in Memphis. And, hey, where you going? Don't go that way. Wrong way. Come back here. Yoo-hoo, JetBlue. You're going the wrong way. Well, hopefully he's going the wrong way. Hopefully he'll be back in a minute. Gate D12. What? The nerve. Going all the way to the other end. Dang it. I was really hoping he would come over here and then you guys would have your bell fix. Are there any other channels that... Pip and I both try to acknowledge everybody in the chat. And I think we had this somebody mentioned this a few weeks ago, and I remember speaking about it. That is the problem, Evan. LA Flights, Kevin, all of the big streams are unable to, they have, 3,000 people watching and chatting at the same time. So when you guys get on a roll and you guys are like talking like crazy, you see how many messages I've missed. So if I do miss one of your messages, please resend it. But they're so big that they can't, there's no way to focus. I was watching Kevin the other night, and I had it up on my TV, the chat. And I'm like, man, his chat moves so fast. No wonder they make it to where, you get special notice sending in a super chat, because a super chat is highlighted. It's not about it. It's not about making money. It's about, being highlighted. Members, even, a lot of you guys are members, and so I'm able to read through all of your messages. Plus, there's currently, my thing says there's 64 of you guys watching. So I'm able to be more on a personal level with you guys, which is good. Speaking of the Euro headlights, here we go. UPS coming in from Ontario, California. Yeah, exactly, Tristan. Like, it's hard to keep up with it. So we, thanks, Brad. I appreciate that. I was really hoping it would be over here, though. But yeah, when you get watching them, it's like I see their chat, and I'm like, no wonder they have it set up to where, super chat. You guys can see that the super chats are highlighted regardless. But if there were 3,000 of you chatting right now, those highlighted messages would be the only thing to catch my eye because it moves so fast. And even then, when you guys are chatting really fast and somebody sends in a super chat, there's times I have to go back and scroll to read it. Molly knows how hard it is to watch the chat, and she was here and she's like, I don't know how you do that. Watch the chat, operate the camera. And as you guys know, you'll hear me say, all right, it's slow enough now I can catch up with you guys. Then I'll start at the top and I'll read all the way down. And I'll pick through, if you guys are talking, whether you guys are talking to me, you're talking amongst yourselves, sometimes I'll join in you guys' conversation, but it is hard. And seeing, yeah, we want our channel to get big, but I don't want to lose the personal feel of the channel either. That's one of the only things that I'm worried about when we get big, is I don't want to lose being able to talk to each and every one of you, or go in and say, hey, so and so, when everybody's flying the, pushing the chat to its limits. That's why we have slow mode, but slow mode only works for an individual person. It keeps you from sending the same message over and over and over and over and over and over again really quickly. It doesn't actually slow down the chat, if that makes sense. Like, if you were to try to put in something right now once and then do it again immediately, it'll tell you, no, slow mode is activated, 15 seconds, whatever I have it set for. It won't let you speak, won't let the same person send a message that quick. Sometimes it has issues, and it does, but hey, Molly, by the way, you see our stupid little heart is missing. Everett with a $10 super chat. Now, see, if you guys are watching the chat, which you obviously are if you're chatting, you see that's a big bright yellow box. So my eyes automatically are like, ooh, it's not money, it's not nothing, it's color. It's pretty. You do a good job. I like your show because it is close to home. Thank you very much, Everett. I'm glad, again, I could bring you guys to Plains. I'm glad, I'm making great friends in you guys. And that's what I said. My worry about the channel getting too big is I don't want to lose friendships, what we have, So you guys being here in the early days, you guys are always imprinted in my mind. Hey, is that the Carolina? Making a second appearance on the show. The Carolina University, North Carolina State, not NC State. No, you're gonna. Nah, there's a plane in the way. Darn it. Thank you, Everett, for that $10 super chat. I greatly appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I'm glad each and every one of you are here and enjoying the show. And I try to keep it that way, lady. I don't want people to get lost in the crowd. I want us to feel like a close-knit group. But again, when you guys move so fast in the chat, sometimes I'm like, all right, hey everybody, welcome in. Like at the beginning of tonight's show, I was ready, but I wasn't quite ready. I was focused on getting back into the swing of things since we've only done 2 shows in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, whatever. So it takes me a minute to get back into the swing of the things, but once I do, as you can hear, I don't shut up. And it takes me a minute to get my confidence back. Molly with a $20 super chat parking fund. Thanks for the awesome show. You're very welcome. Jay's O'Hare Aviation. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for subscribing this evening. You join us at a very slow RDU, sadly. Thank you, Matt, man. I appreciate those kind words, sir. Oh, we see enough of you E-175s. Let's go to our small ATR that snuck in on us. Our older ATR. Nothing modern about this one. No, none of the lights, anyway. So this one is our smaller one. It's the correct way, Jeff. B-R-Y-A-N. So funny story about work is there's 3 of us at work. 3 Brians. 2 of us are spelled with a Y, and the other is spelled with an I. And he goes to me one day, my name, the Brian with an I. He's like, my name's spelled the right way, and I was like, really? There's 2 of us with Y. So ours is spelled the cool way. Molly and Vincent both are very dedicated to the show. And that's why she's a moderator. She's always here. She's always doing, she goes above and beyond. She does things that I've never asked her to do. She just started doing it one day, and that's how she became my moderator. It's because she just was like, all right, I'm going to do this, and it caught my eye, and I was like, sure, you want to be a moderator? She was like, okay. She's been on the show twice, soon to be 3 times this coming weekend, hopefully, if service holds up. So Molly does a great job. She knows she's more than welcome to be here. She knows I appreciate how much I appreciate what she does for me, the channel, and all of you guys. Spam call. I got somebody coming in on this side. Is that another? What is that? Is that Southwest? That is not on flight radar, whatever that is. Bells. I wasn't sure. I had to look up. I had to look over there. And touchdown for whatever this is. I really can't see it. I don't know if you guys can see it any better than I can. Again, I'm looking at a 5-inch screen too, so. Was that a once? No, that's our Cessna Grand Caravan. That one is a freighter working for UPS, Mountain Air Cargo. Flies UPS packages to Wilmington, Newbern, and shoot, I can't think of the other airport. There are about 3 or 4 of those. And they all come in at around the same time. There's somebody over here, Blinky. Blinky, Blinky. Where is that? There it is. You guys are so hard to get, you little... Especially at night. I can't see them at night. Even during the day, the small ones are hard to get. Food fight won't translate well in the chat. Like we're her 4th grader. Oh my goodness. I've never spotted a UFO, but I did spot an F-15. And it took off out of here unrestricted. It was fantastic. I wish we'd get another one of those. We've had a little bit of everything on this show, I think. Alright, let's take a peek-see down toward the end and see what's going on down here. Got an American sitting down there. I saw there's another one down there as well. That might be, I think that one is our ATR making its way to its spot. Alright, our next arrival is American Eagle, operated by Republic Airways, 4335, coming in from JFK, New York. 1 hour and 13 minutes of flight time, arriving in 1 minute on this E175LR. Just coming out from behind the tower there. Let's see, what else do we have? Got several. Again, we are going to stay for the 777 departure, among others, tonight. We're going to stay till 10. Got an A319 from Boston arriving in 20 minutes. Southwest coming in from Orlando, arriving in 18 minutes. United arriving in 11 minutes, coming in from EWR, New York, on a 737 MAX 9. Alright, let's go see. Let's see, which one was that? This one? I'm not doing anything with this one. interesting. We'll go to the one coming in just a moment, as soon as it gets closer. You know, Jeff, I've actually never seen the airport in New Bern. Might have to check that out. It might be my camera, Molly. I see your message about the sky looking green. Yeah, it's the camera trying to compensate for the darkness. That's that digital noise I was talking about. I don't see it on the camera itself, but on my monitors I see it, and it annoys me. I hate it, but unfortunately this camera is bad for that for some reason. I thought it was supposed to be good for that, but I guess not. If I had a different lens, it would stop doing that. It's because there's nothing going on, Molly. I still need you, but there's not a whole lot going on. So I have ample time to read flight radar. I wish it was the other way around, where we're so busy I don't have time for flight radar, but today is just not that day. Now this summer, I'm gonna put you to work. This summer it'll be so busy, and I'll need somebody in the chat to give flight information, because I won't always have time to stop and look. Actually, by summertime, I need to get a mount. I need to look on Amazon for a mount, so I can mount my phone right here to the tripod, so I don't have to keep looking over at it, this, that, and the other, and kind of stay with it and continue to operate the camera, just like I do when I'm looking at the chat and still operating the camera. The other problem is I have to touch my phone for flight radar. Yeah, we might be busy enough this summer. You might hate this show, Molly. Molly, you could come by every time if you wanted to. You know that. But hopefully on the weekend we can get Miss Carolina out here more often, and you guys can come hang out, just, do whatever. There are two of the Liberty Cessnas. One is still arriving. I may have missed one of the arrivals, but yeah, they're mountain air cargo, and they fly out to the coast for UPS. Now I wish UPS had some ATRs. That would be nice. I think that would be really cool, but I don't even think they have any in their fleet, period. The other thing I'd like to do this summer is I'd like to try another show from the observation deck, but we'll see. With them having that new concrete plant down there, which isn't lit up tonight, thank goodness, it'll be hard to get a shot. But oh, the Liberty University. No. Sorry, Daryl. I thought you were talking about Mountain Air Cargo. Cessna, the Grand Caravans. No, she, Batman, she doesn't. Not, well, I don't know. I've never taken her on like one of those, 4 or 5 mile long bridges. But now I know she doesn't like drawbridges because, they're grates and they make that noise. Now I know for sure she doesn't like those. Those bother her. Yeah, I'll probably do some more gravel lot shows as soon as, the sun is higher in the sky. Because Tony and I were hanging out down there a couple weeks ago, and the lighting, the sun is right in the camera, and it would make for a terrible show. But I will try to do some more shows at the end of the runway, especially during the week, because I do like that location. I'd like to give you guys, more of that. It's just when it's slow like this, there's nothing to look at least up here. You guys are able to see all of the ramp action and both sides of the airport. There's our A319 from JFK. Or is this the one arriving from Miami? See, I do need you, Molly. I don't even know, I've lost it now. On flight radar. Speaking of affordable credit, flights out of here are expensive. I was looking into a couple flights because I'd like to go to a couple places this summer. And, man, I'm like, dude, I mean, $300 round trip's not that bad. But then again, I watch another live streamer who is not airport related. You guys have heard me talk about Ron on the Go. He does Disneyland or Disney World. He did Disneyland this past weekend. He's over in Japan now. But anyways, he flew from Orlando to LAX for like $80. Now that's the kind of cheap I'm talking. I haven't found a flight anywhere that I would like to go for under $150. There might be some out there. I haven't sat and done hours of research, so don't quote me 100% on that. All I know is when I look at it, I see sticker shock, and I'm like, all right, I'm driving there. You know what I mean? I can drive there for $80, depending on where it is. Now, the flights I was looking at for summer, fall time are way out west, and they were expensive. Even to book it now was the same price as if I booked it for tomorrow. Like, it was nuts. I'm like, yeah, no. What's up, Pip? You enjoying some chocolate cake? You know what? I'm actually surprised ILM is not busier because of how much movie filming and TV show filming goes on in Wilmington. There's a lot of it out there, and I'm surprised it's not busier. The moist chocolate cake. Speaking of which, while I was in the mountains, hanging out with my mother and my brother, I did have some brownie. It was great. You guys know I like brownies more than I like chocolate cake. I like both almost equally. And I had this delicious moist carrot cake. It was fantastic. And thank you, Molly, for talking about food. It is. It's because it's around dinner time. Here's our Max 9 arriving from Newark. Boy, they're all really loud this evening. Well, me and a friend of mine, he's going up to Philadelphia for Easter, and he was talking about it was cheaper to get a direct flight than it was to get a connecting flight, a layover flight. And I'm like, really? You would think it would be cheaper to do it that way. Now, with some airports and some places that you're going, some of your destinations, it is a cheaper option. But you would think it would be cheaper for all involved. Why it would be cheaper, honestly, I don't know. But it seems like it would be, in my opinion. But I guess that's not always the case. I can't remember who he said he was flying with this time. I know he's not going to fly with Frontier this time because he had an awful experience with Frontier. Ooh. Jackie made cupcakes. Man, you guys are making my stomach hurt. I'm getting hungry. The farthest west, I've never been further west than Bowling Green, Kentucky, and I'm not sure if that's further west than Nashville or not. I think it's like straight north to south. But that's the farthest west I've ever been. Farthest south, I've been to Miami, of course. I've been to New York. I've been to Connecticut once when I was younger. Back in 1999, 2000, I went through New York City on my way to Waterbury, Connecticut. My aunt and cousins used to live up there. That many economists are talking about carriers will take. Yeah, Grantham, I agree. I don't think it's gonna change anytime soon. Which, I mean, people are gonna pay it. If they can afford to pay it, they're gonna pay it. And me personally, it's like I said, unless I'm going, it's further than 6 hours, 6 to 10 hours. Well, I take that back. If it's further than 12-hour drive, then I'll probably fly. Depending on how much time I have. Like, I've driven to Orlando twice. 12-hour trip turned into like 13, 14 with all the stops. But, so that's, that's not that big of a deal. I spent a week down there. Now, if I'm going to, let's say, I want to go to MCO and give you guys a show. I'm not going to go down on Friday, get there, I'm not going to leave at 5 p.m. and get there at 5 a.m., do a show at 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. and then sleep and then do another show, Sunday, and then figure out how to be back either by Monday or Tuesday. That's pushing it. I have to be there for at least 3 or 4 days in order to drive that far for a show or whatever. Again, I've driven to Florida. I drove all the way to Bowling Green, Kentucky years ago. And we have family friends that live in Bowling Green. I have cousins that live in Florida, so. And another plus is if I go places, and people have a couch I could sleep on, if I fly. Now, like, I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly where in Florida my cousin lives now. She just moved down there not too long ago, and somewhere near Tampa, I think. No sleep tour. Yes, I might not make it back. Yes, indeed. See, going to Charlotte and Dulles is easy. Dulles is 4 hours, 4.5 hours, depending on how often I stop. And I'll leave at 4 or 5 in the morning to get to Dulles. When I go to Charlotte, I leave at around 6, get there by 9:30, depending. But I always set my shows for Charlotte. The last 2 shows, I set them for noon. Now, as you guys saw on Sunday, we started at 10:30 as opposed to the noon time. But I set it at noon because I wasn't sure exactly what time I was going to get there. Dulles, I usually won't start a show before 2 o'clock. Because from what I've learned from Dulles is it's all the international traffic is 1:30, 2 o'clock. Florida man from being very crazy story. Exactly. Yeah, she again, I don't know exactly where she lives in Florida. I don't remember. See, I'm trying to avoid you guys' food talk. I'm skimming it. If I see anything about food, I'm skipping it. So Matt Man's asking if kids still give Valentines, paper Valentines. You know what my little boy gives? He gives roses to all of the girls in his class. My wife or my mother-in-law makes sure he has a dozen roses to give to the girls in his class, along with little Valentine's Day cards. Ooh, cold chill. That's right, Jeff, he is. You know, honestly, I don't even know how that all started. I think it was my mother-in-law's fault. I think. Could have been Brianna's fault, but I think it was my mother-in-law's fault. Because I think she did that one year, and ever since then, that's all he wants to do is take in roses to the girls. And I'm like, oh boy, all right. Thank you, credit. I appreciate that. Cheeseburger, pizza, soup, hot dogs. I got your hot dog. Kick your... Anyway. Both teams of spotters in LA did quite well within 1 to 2 years. 9 hours. Oh, yeah. They, we'll see, Grantham. The thing about LA is it's a name. How many people in here, in this chat alone, haven't heard of LA? It's just as popular as New York. Everybody knows LA. Hollywood, this, that, and the other. So, yeah, their popularity is going to be huge. RDU, who's ever heard of RDU? Where the heck is RDU? What is RDU? You know what I mean? So, you know, the bigger the airport, the bigger the thing. And my streams, for one, speak volumes. My show this past Sunday had the most views out of any of my other shows. So it's all about where you're at. And of course, it being only the second time we had done Charlotte, I'm sure a lot of people were like, ooh, well, let's watch that. We've never seen anybody live in Charlotte, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I mean, you have a big airport. Everybody knows the city. Everybody knows the name. It's going to grow quick. But I've learned a lot about YouTube, and I've learned a lot about how the algorithm works and when to be on and when not to be on. Because when you're a YouTuber, it gives you all these analytics that you can see, and so I can play the YouTube game. I can watch when other folks are on and know, as long as I know when they're going to go off the air and I'm on the air, then YouTube will suggest me if I'm on the air when they go off. Because I was on every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, when Kevin goes off out at LA, his stream was the #1 stream that was pushing our show. So possibly tonight, if he goes off before we do, we may see an influx in viewers. See, Jackie, she has no clue where RDU is. Nobody's ever even heard of it. It's not a big thing like Dulles, Atlanta, or DC, Atlanta, New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Dallas, you know, Miami. Feel like a big city, but it's really closer to Mayberry. Boy, we're growing at an alarming rate, Jeff. Every time you turn around, they're building something new somewhere, and I'm like, oh, cut it out. Do I want more international flights? Absolutely. Do I want all these people? Absolutely not. Traffic's already a nightmare in certain places. Luckily, I only live 5 miles from the dealership, about 10 minutes. And if I leave at 7 a.m. or 7:15, even 7:30, it might take me 30 minutes to go that 5 miles. So that's why I leave my house at about 6:15-ish to get there, and then I just sit in my car because I don't want the headache of the traffic. I could get an extra, hour and a half of sleep, but I don't, because I don't want to deal with that extra traffic. Oh yeah, Jeff. I am learning how to play YouTube and their algorithm. It's like on Sundays, like this past Sunday, you'll see a lot of new viewers. They'll pop in. They'll go, "Hey, so and so from the UK, Germany, Ireland, this, that, and the other." Then that means that another show ended in Europe and their viewers have come to the next live show on YouTube. And I've been on after LA flights, and everybody's like, "Oh, we just came over from watching LA flights, blah, 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 blah." So that's one of the, YouTube is a strategy. It's all about how you play it. And if you guys watch Pip's show, you'll see me say, "Hey, somebody will ask a question, what I'm talking about to Pip, Well, it's me communicating to Pip where he can see it because, as he so put it, is I am his consultant. I've helped Pip, and I've consulted him on getting his show better and this, that, and the other when he was kind of sort of starting out doing his live shows, and now he's got it figured out. So it's you gotta have your strategy against YouTube. And the funny thing about it is too, if I'm not here doing a show, the channel has zero movement as far as new subscribers. I mean, I might get one or two trickle in, but if I'm not doing a show or anything, it doesn't get seen. It's the weirdest thing. V-Dubbin, what's up? Hopefully you're still here. Brian, my colleague from work, what's up, buddy? But I've done some studying and watching. It's like it gives me analytics on when my viewers are on and on what days. So I follow that analytic. I'm here at 6 o'clock during the week, and then I try to be here around the 6 o'clock hour on Sundays because it shows me when you guys are here the most. So oh, chili sounds really good right now, lady. Because it's chilly out here. Just a reminder for you guys watching, we do still have the MD-11 departure in less than 30 minutes now. Also leaving at 9:35, we do have the American 777 headed back to London Heathrow, and also the FedEx 767 to depart at about 9:50, 9:55. Sometimes it's a little early, sometimes it's a little late. Same way with the MD-11. So make sure you stay tuned. We are going to end around the 10 o'clock hour this evening, as we normally do during the week. So excuse me. That's another airport I'd like to go spot at. That's Minneapolis. I think Midway credit, it would be very, very hard to do a show at Midway unless you can get in. If you go on Google, go Google Maps around Chicago Midway. They have like a giant 15-foot wall around that entire airport. So it would be very difficult to do a show at Chicago Midway, I think. And as promised, the moon finally in view far enough for me to be able to give you guys a nice moon shot. Got a couple of arrivals. Let's see, next up we have United, I think. Oh, let me click on it. There we go. United 1302 coming in from Chicago. 1 hour and 22 minutes of flight time for this Airbus A319. Just behind that we have American Airlines 600 coming in from Chicago, arriving in 2 minutes on a 737-800. Two flights racing to RDU from Chicago O'Hare. Ooh, thank you, Brad. It's got a 757 coming in from Atlanta. Just gonna fuel that one up. Thank you for that update, Brad. See, Brad knows when all the good stuff's coming. I'd know too if I would zoom out on flight radar a little bit. We got our 757 downwind now, Brad. There she is, headed your way. Of course, my camera didn't want to focus on it because it is so far away. There you go. Headed your way, Brad. Yeah. Alright, our American from Chicago is right there. Zoom in on that one here in just a moment. Yeah, I would have had to made a whole lot of changes in order to get the bright side of the moon. It's weird shooting at night. My camera just does not like the moon. So when we do a full moon, when it first comes up, it's fantastic. But once the moon reaches its full brightness, my camera's like, what? You want me to do what? No, not doing that. I have to switch it over to manual mode, make a whole bunch of changes to it, so. There's our 737-800 from Chicago. So we were talking about that earlier. What is that guy's name again? Something planes, trains, and cows or something. He does one in Memphis. He's done one show in Memphis. That's all I know. I've seen it once. I haven't actually sat and watched it because I think I was actually busy that evening and I saw it in passing. I was doing something else. And you got Sierra Bravo, who does Louisville for UPS. Speaking of UPS, sorry, American. But I see a trijet. Our MD-11 is on the move. Sweet, I'll have to go check that out. Again, I reached out to Captain Morgan. I reached out to her just before we started doing the live shows, because she mentioned something in her YouTube and Instagram videos about coming to RDU since she moved to Orlando. And I never heard anything back from her. Again, I do have a Delta Connection pilot, or Endeavor pilot, who reached out to me earlier in the month. Hopefully she'll come back and she'll either overnight or something. We'll be able to catch her. Maybe I can talk her into coming onto the show at some point. Playing Constellations. What's up? So the first of our 9 o'clock hour heavies are on the move. Our next arrival, though, is... Oh, UPS is... Oh, sorry. Wrong thing. Our next arrival is our Delta 1518 headed to Brad Kemp from Atlanta. 55 minutes of flight time for our 757, arriving in just 1 minute. Behind that one, we have Republic Airways 4754, operated, or it's American Eagle, operated by Republic Airways, coming in from Cincinnati. 49 minutes of flight time, arriving in 4 minutes for that E175LR. Can we look at the 757? Will the camera behave? Yes, she's very nice too. Like her videos are funny. Captain Morgan. I think her thing is on Instagram is almost Captain Morgan or something like that. She used to live in Chicago and then she moved to Orlando. Oh my goodness. You can tell there's no wind. There's still smoke from that American Airlines from Chicago still out there on the runway. The wind completely died down. Thank goodness, because I was getting really, really cold. There's our 757. Hey, Brad. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but are they still flying 2 of these every day, or is it just 1 multiple times a day? As they were flying 2 757s daily from Atlanta. I was wondering if they're still doing both of them. The Republic Airways is not quite close enough, so we'll focus in on this one for just a minute more until it is closer. I can hear that tri-jet from here. Our MD-11. Is that a car or is that what is that? Oh, it's an ambulance turning in over to the ambulance station across the road there from the airport. Yeah, I have a feeling that the 747s are going to last quite a while. I wish somebody would do that with the A380s. Unfortunately, the A380s just structurally, for whatever reason, can't handle cargo like that. And because that would be really cool to see an A380 converted into a freighter. But, and I know there's still a lot of A380s still in storage. Hopefully a lot of these airlines will bring them out of retirement. But, and I know a lot of airlines retire them after about 15 years. Their life expectancy is nowhere near as long as other aircraft, which is really sad because, you know, I really like the A380. It's one of my favorite ones. He just slammed on the brakes. Did you see that? He was like, all right, we're going to stop now. Man. Yeah, you know what? Credit, I think they messed up by not continuing the 757, in my opinion. You're absolutely right. To compete with the Neos and their longer, wide, the long narrow body market, the 757 was perfect. Way better, in my opinion, than the 737. It had its own market, and why Boeing didn't continue with that is beyond me, but who knows? Now I feel like they're missing out on a big section of the market. Yeah, the 737 is supposed to be making up for it, this, that, and the other, but just, I don't know. All right, there's our MD-11. I'll check some of our checklists complete. She is making her way down to the end of the runway there for her departure. Hey Molly, do you have any bad news for us? You know exactly what I'm talking about too. That was a reluctant hang on. Like Molly's like, I don't want to check. Phew, no bad news. All right. That means the 777 is leaving on time as of 9/11. No, they just stopped, William. You had it right the first time. I don't know what they're doing. I don't see. Oh, it's C12 that's moving back. See? They started it again. When they do maintenance on those things, that's exactly what they do. On, off, on, off. I'm like, please stop it. I got annoyed one day. Depart at 9:35. Thank you, Molly. Thinking Kid, what's up? Welcome to the show. Oh no, Molly loves these bells. Ugh. You should have been here that day they were doing maintenance. You'd be probably sick of them like I was. I was like, please stop doing that. All right, I'm going to mute. I'm going to turn up the volume. You guys enjoyed the MD-11 departure. You were correct, William, the first time. They did it like 4 times. A little bit of wing fluff for this one. Yeah, UPS definitely does not care. They will take, especially the 757, and I cannot wait for the 7. I think it's only on Mondays though, if I remember correctly. When you get the 757 and UPS and it departs out of here, I swear it's like they pick the front wheels up, the back wheels go up, and then they just yank the yoke back. They're like, nope, straight up. It's like, it's nuts how they do it. Still, nothing beats the Delta during the storm a few weeks ago. That was probably the best rocket launch I've ever seen. Absolutely amazing. All right, credit. Have a good evening and a good day at work tomorrow. I know 5 a.m. comes very, very early. Yeah, it's on flight radar, but honestly, I don't know how to look at it either. I think it's under the settings somewhere. Gets airflight, right? All right, so we do have this E-175 that did push back down here just below us. I don't expect a smoky startup out of that. I don't remember ever catching a smoky startup out of these. It's always like the 737 and the Airbus that we always catch the smoky startups, especially the Frontier ones. That's what I thought. I thought it was part of the paid membership, but I wasn't sure. Well, that one's going to sit there and wait a minute as we do have that other one making its way back here. One E175 starting up, one arriving in. Now remember, we do have 2 more turn it up opportunities coming this evening with the 777 departure, startup and departure, as well as the FedEx 767. Credit, we had that happen with an F-15 here once. Bells. That F-15 come in low, thought it was just a general Ave gonna land, and then all of a sudden he hit it afterburners out the back, and then he just went straight vertical. I was like, it was great. One of the best moments we've ever caught here on the show. Love to have some more moments like that here. Oh, the smell of jet fuel is strong. Yeah, military aircraft are nuts. Tony's trying to get me to go out to the Air Force Base, and I want to one day. He said, everybody's like, oh, the best day to go is on Thursday. Well, where am I at on Thursday? I'm at work. Hey, hey. How you doing? All right, I'm gonna mute. You guys enjoy the 777 startup. The wonderful sounds of those Trent 800s. hopefully you guys enjoyed that startup. We'll turn it up again once she gets ready to depart for her long journey back to London. And then, of course, we will have the departure of the 767 before the top of the hour. And then, of course, 10 o'clock is our end time. Remember, if you guys haven't hit the like button, please do so. Lets me know you've enjoyed something here today. Oh, wind's picking back up. Right in my face. That's cold. Stop it. I think this this 737 that's sitting here, where'd it go? Past it. Is waiting to take that gate that the 777 was at, I think. Or it might be making its way around to the corner gate. I'm not sure. I don't know why the tug has stopped, unless there's something coming out that I can't see, but that's weird. I don't know if, are they unhooking it? Maybe they decided to bring it over here? No? I don't know where they're going up. Americans always trying to figure something out over here, I think. You guys enjoy the Trent 800 departure. I believe, let me zoom in out there, I believe she's getting ready to line up. Alright, you guys enjoy this departure. Trying to have a look, see if FedEx is pushing back. It'll be within the next few minutes, I'm sure. FedEx likes to sneak out on me. There's been several times I've almost missed it because they like to try and sneak out on me. All right, so we do have several arrivals coming in. One Southwest, but the next up is American Airlines 2542 coming in from Charlotte. 29 minutes of flight time, about 30 minutes when it lands, 1 minute till touchdown on for this A321. Just behind that we have Southwest 1544 coming in from Nashville, 55 minutes of flight time so far, arriving in 2 minutes for that 737-700. And behind that one, we have United Airlines 1760 coming in from Houston, 1 hour and 55 minutes of flight time, arriving in just 4 minutes for that 737-700 as well. Always gets busy around the 10 o'clock hour, 9:30, 10 o'clock, which is good. Gives us our grand finale at the end of the night. It's a good way to end the show. Squeaky brakes. Alright, so American Airlines is putting all of these to bed. There's that one. There's another one out here somewhere. There it is. These will all be put to bed for the evening, brought back out first thing in the morning. Got a little bit of a race happening out here. What is this all about? One of those is United, and another Southwest off in the distance. So you got Southwest, our next Southwest coming in from Nashville, but you got Southwest coming in from Chicago on a MAX 8 out there in the distance. Also, we have JetBlue 2626 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Now, this JetBlue coming in from Fort Lauderdale may give you guys one last opportunity at Bell's. That one will hopefully go to gate C8, but we shall see. Santa Claus. Oh yeah, Brian Lloyd. We all love the lights. We like to call them all our Christmas lights. I would say probably anywhere from 30 to 40. But I know who Brad Kemp might be able to answer that on exactly how many stay overnight, because I'm not sure. They'll fill up all the gates and they'll have planes sitting everywhere overnight here. So I'm not exactly sure how many. Sometimes they'll fill up the overnight down there, sometimes they won't. Just depends. Now I know this summer I'm sure they'll fill that overnight parking area and this one over here where Southwest is coming in at. There are several over here on this side. But I don't know. I'm not sure how many overnight. Southwest is buttering these landings today. No fuss from Southwest at all today on any of their landings. And as you can see, how many's over there? That Delta's been there since we got here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly five. That one tail is hiding behind that tree. So there's 5 right there in that shot, but there is also another one over there closer to us. So there's 6 sitting there. There's 1, 2. There's 2 Avello over on the other overnight ramp. You guys can't see it because of the camera angle. I have to really stretch to see them. And that's not counting any that might be parked at the other end of Terminal 1. And of course, you've got several E175s down here that probably aren't going to go out tonight. I don't think that A319 down here on the corner is going to go out tonight. So I'm counting at least 8. I know it's way more than that, but she can be Santa Claus and always be Santa. That is great advice, Santa. Man, all these arrivals and departures sound amazing this evening. I don't know if it's the wind direction or what, but they've all sounded exceptionally well this evening. See, I don't hear those bells. It is from that one that's pushing back, however. That's the gate that I can't hear. That's C16. All right. Over to the max for Southwest. Will this one butter the landing just like the rest? Nick, you don't like these bright lights on the max. I know. Calm down, focus. Do your job. We're almost done with your shift. Must be nice being a camera and only working 4 hours a day. Alright. Oh yeah. Super smooth touchdown for Southwest in that max 8. Again, we're waiting. There's one more coming in. That's the one coming in. JetBlue coming in from Fort Lauderdale on the A320-200. Let's see. Who else will we get before show's end? We got 20 minutes, so let's check within a 20-minute radius. We got American Airlines 1605 coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth. Arriving in just 11 minutes. Nope, that one's arriving in 24 minutes. So it looks like we have one more arrival before the end of the show. 2, because there's another Delta out there as well. Uh-oh. Wouldn't be a show, would it? If there weren't emergency lights somewhere. Oh, there's an ambulance out at the end of the runway as well, coming in from the ambulance station, headed this way. So there's something going on. All right, let's go to the fire truck. Where are you going? Wee woos. I had to do it. You said it, I had to do it. Alright, hopefully this JetBlue will make its way back here. And you guys will get at least one more round of bells in. Before we end the show. Just had to get I know while I was in the mountains, my brother asked me, he goes, "Hey, you want to take a cat home?" And I was like, "No, I have 3 guinea pigs." That would be an excellent lunch for a cat. Giant mouse. Basically. It's basically what they are. Big rodent. Alright, the ambulance is on its way as well. I can see it off in the distance. Coming up the road. Where's operations to let them in? You would think that the EMS would have their own code to the gate. Most of the time they gotta sit and wait on operations to come let them in. I did see an ops vehicle a few minutes ago, but I don't know where it went. Here he comes. He's coming from way over here. Man, somebody could be waiting on you, sir. I know you got first responders on a fire truck, but chop chop, dude. I only kid. I know they've got protocols and everything in place, but I just wasn't expecting him to come from that far out. Honestly, I'm surprised they don't have that gate on remote, because we've seen this several times before where ops comes out, opens the gate for them here at the emergency center. And like I said before, JetBlue making its way around the corner here. And the dragons. Yeah. Crazy cat lady stole her package. You know, Molly, I probably wouldn't be too worried about my my dragons, because if they whip you with that tail, it'll give you a sting, especially if you're a cat, right to the nose. Ooh. Oh, we gotta get the name. I've almost forgot. Blue Infinity and Beyond. We've seen this one here before. Anybody guess that movie? Any of my younger viewers? And the other wee woo is gone behind the terminal over there. Brad, I hope you're alright. Hope that's not you. Toy Story. Speaking of Toy Story, somebody said, I watch Ron on the go, he does the Disney World, blah, blah, blah. And they were talking about, I think it was his channel, it might have been one of the other people that does Disney World, and Bells. They were talking about Toy Story 5 is going to come out later this year, along with Frozen 3, and there's a whole bunch of movies coming out. There's a remake of Twister. I think we all saw that. If we watched the Super Bowl, we all saw that. They're going to remake Twister. I might watch that. That was one of my favorite movies. as a kid growing up. Spaceship. That it definitely is. Alright, who is sitting down at the end of the runway? I did not see anybody head that way, so that's an American E-175. Okay. So we are still waiting on FedEx. Let's see, did you sneak out on me? No, you both are still sitting there. It's almost time for their pushback. Are you guys will sneak out on me. You always do. It drives me nuts. Why can I not see that with my camera? What am I looking? Where am I looking? It's behind something. There's a beacon down there, but I can't. I have to move over to see it. Oh, there it is. That's not the one I saw, though. There's two of them. You just turn it off. Oh no, there it is. It keeps going behind stuff. That's why I can't see it. I'm like, are you messing with me? Stop messing with me, FedEx. It's getting late. I'm tired. Hey, if this thing, too bad Tony's not here. If the FedEx 767 gets off the ground early enough, it will fly right directly in front of the moon. Unfortunately, it won't be a long moon shot. We might actually be able to see it. We're going to test it with the E-175 right here. Will we get a moon shot? It'll be a fast moon shot if it does. Or are you going to lift off too soon? Let's see, will we have a moon shot? No, of course not. You're going to go way above it. You're leaving like a rocket. Thanks for that, American. Ugh. There's our moon. One last moon shot while we wait for the 767 departure. Tony might be watching in Lurker's Lounge. Lurking and working. Speaking of the moon, he needs to let me see that piece of the moon that he bought. Yeah, I did. I saw the preview for that too. Wicked, that looks good too. There's a lot of movies coming out this year that look fairly decent. I am ready for Toy Story 5. I think that'll be nice. Frozen 3. I haven't seen Frozen 2, but I think I've only seen the first Frozen like once, maybe twice. Sorry, I have kids, by the way. You guys know this. So we watch a lot of kids movies. Now, I would like to see another Cars movie, being that I am a car guy. I think that would be kind of cool. We're going to have a UPS departure as well as the FedEx departure. Sometimes they like to surprise us like that. No, maybe. Do have American Airlines coming in from Dallas. This is American Airlines 1605. 2 hours and 4 minutes of flight time, arriving in 0 minutes according to flight radar, but it looks further out than 0 minutes. Looks like it's about 30 seconds out. A kidult. I like that. I like that term. UPS departing at 10:23. Okay. I think that might be it for the bells this evening. I think everybody's in place for the night. So I don't think we're going to have any more opportunities at bells. So I got a couple of beacons down there. I see the 767. And I don't know if that's that American Airlines or what that is. Or is that our UPS? And UPS is on the move as well. So UPS might get out of here shortly after the 767 FedEx. If it looks like it's going to make its way to the end of the runway, then we will definitely stay. It definitely, all right, American, I've seen a lot of you tonight. I'm trying to figure out what UPS is doing. UPS is being pushed. All right, that's all I wanted to know. It almost looked like it was headed towards me to make that quick turnaround, but not yet. So that'll be a great way to end the show with the two freighter heavies. I do, CLT. Welcome. Flight level 77. Welcome in. I was actually supposed to go back to CLT this weekend. Unfortunately, I have a not unfortunately, but my niece's birthday got moved from last Saturday to this Saturday. My plan was originally to do CLT on Saturday the 17th and come back and do RDU on Sunday. Unfortunately, that has changed, so I may, somewhere around the 1st or the 15th of next month, I may try and make my way back down there. So we like to go to different places at least once a month, whether it be Charlotte, Dulles, Ronald Reagan, and of course we're going to try and get to BWE. We've never done Ronald Reagan on a stream, but we're going to do that soon enough. All right, we're going to do one, but it won't be the last. Turn it up. We're going to turn it up for the 767. You guys enjoy. What's up, Sock? Very quick, but we did get that moonshot. Sorry, Tony. Too bad you're not watching. You just missed it, sir. I'll have to text him and be like, you missed it. Although he wouldn't be able to photograph that, but I was really skeptical on whether or not we were actually going to get that shot or not. I'm so glad we did. Perfect. CLT, you are very welcome. Yes, we are planning on doing more CLT shows. Time permitting, of course. And like I said, try and do one a month. Different airport, or maybe not a different airport, but at least one other airport that's not RDU each month, if possible. But yeah, I enjoy doing the Charlotte shows. So we'll definitely be down there again. We are going to wait on UPS. Pip never has moonshot. I know, Batman. I've been telling Pip he needs to find the moon or the sunset. I don't know if you were here for the sunset, but when spring gets here and our shows run later in the evening or the sun is up longer, you'll see that I like to do a small little segment of the sunset. I have several viewers who really enjoy seeing the sunset. So I like to give them a small segment. Night, William. Have a good evening. Thank you for joining us again tonight. Again, I'm not sure when I'll be back. Probably I'm gonna try for Friday. We'll see how it goes. Thursday I'll be here at the airport, but I will not be doing a show. I'll be doing something else. And so I might try and do Friday to give you guys a little Air France action, since we aren't going to make it to CLT on Saturday. And then of course Sunday we're going to be here. Miss Caroline will be here, and as far as I know Molly will be here. Molly has neither confirmed nor denied, which is smart on her part. I know, I can't wait for Thursday too. It's going to be... So, CLT, I am on top of the parking structure here at RDU. We also have an observation area. It's meh. I would do more shows from there, but sometimes the planes tend to interfere with my service for whatever reason. So I have to stay a certain distance away from the runway and the aircraft. So we did do a Thanksgiving show from down there. It was an okay show. It wasn't bad from the observation area. I also do a couple shows from the end of the runway. I haven't done one during the winter because the sun is directly in your face. So it wouldn't make for a good show, but there are plenty of places around the airport to get good shots and good places to spot. Good night, Sock. Have a good one. We will see you again on the next one. Like I said, I'm gonna try for Friday. No promises, you guys. Obviously, with the way this month goes, or has been going, we'll see. Yeah, Jeff is right. The observation deck is less than optimal. The one good thing I can say about the observation deck, not from a show standpoint, but from a spotter standpoint, is you get pretty close up to the aircraft. I mean, you're you know, a few yards away, so it's a good spot. All right, I think. Hold on. Will you give me time to turn it up? You might. All right. You guys enjoy. do have another arrival, but it's just the 175. And that's going to do it for us here at RDU this evening. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you to my moderators, my channel members, and to all of you for being here. Again, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Thursday. Again, I'm going to try to return on Friday to bring you guys a little Air France. We'll see how that goes. Again, I'll be at the airport on Thursday, but I will not be doing a live show, and I will not be out and about. I will be in the airport. Just as another little teaser for you guys for our story time, either on Friday or Sunday. Again, remember, if we do not make it back on Friday, we will be here on Sunday. Time to be determined. More than likely 1 o'clock, whenever the airport's busy. Brianna will be here. As far as I know, she'll be here unless something happens. And Molly is gonna be here possibly. All right, you guys. Again, thank you to everybody. And we will see you guys on the next one. Thank you so much. Good night.